Mark.
G'day to all. I'm not sure if anybody's still out and about. The hangout's been going for a couple of hours, like almost 3. I haven't been keeping track. I've been busy doing other things, and I knew that Bob a lot had his laptop on, so I figured it would be a good idea just to host one and send the word out. If anyone's interested, they're more than welcome to participate. I will just going to screen share now. James, my friend, James Slattery, we've been questioning about monetizing and stuff. So, in the interest of keeping up with the play, I thought I might just go ahead and share my reply. Okay. So, hang on. Now that I remember. The problem with Windows Media Player, unless you're using Media Player or Media Player Classic, and Windows 7 or Windows 8 or whatever the one it is here, if you're not using Windows Media Player Classic, it won't let you share it on the screen share. If you just use the standard Windows Media Player that comes with the operating system, it won't let you do it. You have to install the Classic for some reason. With me, where are we? Alright, found it finally. Cool. Where were we? Alright, so here is my reply to James's should I monetize? You tell me what you think.
Righty, hi people. Just thought I'd give my little 2 bits in as a reply to James. James Slattery, that is, as to whether or not he should monetize his videos. James, mate, if you wish to. Basically the answer to it. you feel like $40 or a year or however it was that you put it for monetizing works for you, then it works for you. And it shouldn't really matter on anyone else's opinion on the subject, really. I mean, it's good that you're curious and want to know, but and you said it doesn't matter anyway, but do what you want, mate. Whatever makes you happy. If you think you're going to get a few bucks out of it, why not? I mean, my theory would be that if you're monetizing something like, it takes you from one realm to another. So if you're just a private man or woman doing filming whatever the fuck you want, then that's fine. But if you can be proven to be making money from a clip that may cause an issue, then you're leaving yourself kind of open into some grey area there, mate. So that's my opinion. Not that you give a fuck, but there you go. So I'll upload this when I get home. Just done my errands. So yeah, have a good one. Keep up the good work, James. I might put those back on the front wheel side angle the way they are. And you can put those pivot points of the front wheels higher or lower down here. I'm thinking I might put them lower, which will give you a slight upward angle. Keep those pegs off the ground more. You know what I mean? Also make it easier for me to pivot you upwards and downwards. Things we have to do just to get people in the car.
That second one was just, we have a tree that I built a deck around here on one of the sides of the hallway, and it's a liquid amber tree. And after the bad storms we had in the early of the year, back in February, blew the major branch of the liquid amber tree down. So yeah, that was that one. Let's see, what else have we got here? Oh, this is a compressor that are now deceased gentlemen. Actually, my father-in-law's uncle made this. This is a show of Kiwi ingenuity for you. I make a lot of video clips just to show the wife, seeing she can come out and see them. Here we are.
Already. I'll switch for on and off. Wait a second. Let's see how good it is. Now,
Pretty hard case, eh? What else do I have here?
just a
Clip here for that will show us startings of my garden. Two of these bathtubs have since sprung up a shitload of tomatoes. So I've literally got hundreds of tomato seedlings popping up.
overrate on the gardening at the moment. So far we have 3 baths that I have rigged up around this one tank, which is catching the water off of that roof. Got to re-wall all of that as well, but that's another story. So we have garlic in here with a nice flower at the back, just to, so I don't like just having the vegetables, I like having the flowers as well. Some plants aren't looking too healthy in the middle that I tried to rescue from my daughter's egg day thing. tomato at the far end there looks like it's going to be okay. Another tomato here, which looks like it's going to be okay. So we'll see. It looks like a lettuce. Here we have mint and runner bean flowers and some seeds that need some water. So yeah, we have, as far as seeds are concerned, we have broccoli, carrots, lettuce, tomato and pumpkin. So yeah, see how they go.
Right, what else is there? Oh, chainsaw I was fixing. Let's see how that goes.
Well,
Here we go again. Show you some more.
today, after spending 6 hours odd on my day off on Hangouts, I decided to come out and do something constructive instead of just listening and talking. I do have one chainsaw here to fix. This is my little Husqvarna. It's got a loose chain, just needs sharpening, so I'll get onto that. But I do also have this one, and this is called a CS4500, which means Chinese Special. Okay, there's no other model number other than CS4500. It doesn't say a brand name. So that was a rough translation from the lawnmower shop, is what CS stands for. Anyway, this one here had a fucked fuel line. As you can see from the original fuel line here, what happened, we kept wondering why it was getting no fuel. I could, spray some CRC down the carburetor and she'd kick over and burn off the CRC like petrol. So we knew it wasn't a spark issue, heaps of spark, just no fuel. So yeah, that's the fuel line that comes out of the tank, comes up through the tank, through the flange here. On this end here it has a little filter, little petrol filter, which I have there as well. Although with the new hose that I bought for it, cost $10-20, and you got $300-400 chainsaw here, and almost near new condition. So yeah, wasn't going to work unless somebody fixed it. So that's where I come in. Anyway, new hose, $20 all up, with including the new petrol filter, and we're going to fit it now and see how we go. It's been apart for about 4 or 5 months, so hopefully I can remember how to put it all back together. We'll see. So as you can see, inside there is the new filter. If you can see it in there, not that it really fucking matters. And the new hose, okay, all coming up through its flange, nicely pushed in. So let's see if I can remember how to put this chainsaw back together. See you in a sec. Rightio, I have reassembled the Z chainsaw. It is all back together in one lump sum, and I'm now going to see if the damn thing will go. So what do you reckon? Shall we give it a gander and see what happens? I'll just set this up so it stays where it's supposed to. We'll give it a go. So it's been months since I've tried getting this to work. Chokes out, throttles on. Holy shit! chainsaw after waiting for 4 months. And they're actually out riding around at the moment.
Oh, okay. That doesn't look like there.
Why not?
You can hear all the screaming and yelling around my place, can't you? So, that's those ones. Now, there's also another clip here that I wanted to show where I made for James Slattery again. He was showing us a roof, so I thought that's a good perspective. So here's a clip of the house I've built. Just a moment. Love those phone calls.
Hey, all. This is what happens when you come down my driveway. First thing you see is the sign. Big gate. Okay, this is the backyard for the kids. Heaps of play area. Really cool. I'll even take you. I'll take you upstairs. We'll go upstairs. Okay, so wrap one ladder. So now you can see a bit of view. The playground area, the monkey bars, sort of thing. The orchard, the piano room, mother-in-law's house, all on the one property. Okay, so wait, there's more. I make this catwalk thing to go up my roof. Okay. So now, have a bit of view. That property. So, what do you think, people? All of this from that macrocarpa is one corner of the section.
There you go, dog.
Right along here,
Hey dude, how you doing?
Good mate.
right up there, you can see the car through the trees. It's where I just came in the door.
I saw James's clip the other day on top of the roof, so I thought I'd do the same thing. Bear with me. I just finished the clip.
Mother-in-law's backyard area, her house, the garage, piano room, our top story with the daughter's bedrooms under this roof. It's my boy's bedroom. Bloody re-ironing, as you can see. Sheds.
Pretty peaceful.
So how are things going, Mark?
Good. Good. I've just just killing some time before lunch, mate. Having a quiet smoke.
So what time is it over there, buddy?
It is 12:30.
What, midday?
Yeah, 12:30 on the 3rd of
Oh,
the
yeah,
11th.
yeah. You know.
So my guess is over there it's just turned the 3rd of the 11th. It would be coming up to 11:30, 2nd November.
UK time, yeah.
Yeah, because your daylight savings has only just turned, where ours happened back on the 22nd of September. We put our clocks forward. So, but for a short time there, for about 3 weeks, we were only 12 hours apart from each other. But now we're back to being 13.
13 is it? I didn't
Yeah.
realise that. It's 13 at some times.
Yeah. So yours 11:30 and mine's 12:30 the next day. So that's 13
Is
hours.
Australia on the same time zone?
Yeah. Oh no, Australia. If I was to call Australia's my 8 o'clock in the night is their 6 o'clock at the night, so they're 2 hours behind us. So that'd only be 11 hours gap between you and
I'm
you
talking
and them.
about Canberra. My sister lives in Canberra, so.
Yeah. So there's 11 hours gap between you and them, whereas we're 2 hours more advanced.
All right. Bloody hell.
I think we see this first in the world, along with Samoa and Tonga and all of the islands there. What's happening over there?
Not a lot, but
No?
well, you have to take things into perspective, don't you? I suppose.
Yeah, true. Like, I'm just enjoying having a bit of peace and quiet for a change.
Yeah, same here, buddy.
All the
Same
kids are doing their thing at school for the day, so I call it parole for 7 hours.
So, what do you do day to day, Mark? So
look
you
at-
seem to have a pretty chilled life over there.
I seen what?
You seem to have a pretty chilled life, you know, pretty relaxed.
Oh well, I look after my wife and my family 24/7. My wife's stuck in a wheelchair until we figure out what's making her not walk. We've gone through the bone side of it, now we've just gone through the muscle side of it. We're going through neuropathic pain side of it. But for 3
Have
years,
you actually been diagnosed by?
we're going through all of them. First, it stems from 7-9 years ago when she gave birth to my first
So
son.
it's something like MS, is it, or is it related to MS, or
No,
I
she
don't
never
know. I'm just asking you, mate.
never recovered properly from giving birth to my first son, and then fell pregnant unexpectedly with my second son, who's now 7. And for the first couple of years, the doctor was just saying, because he knew she had an abdominal hernia from when Max, the first son, was being born, and then there was scares of things like placental pravia and misplaced uteruses and all sorts of shit. When she was pregnant with my second son Luke, the last child we've had, she had to stay in a chair, laid back, reclined for 8 months of her pregnancy. She wasn't able to move, so I just got a lazy boy chair like this and stuck some wheels on it, and I just dragged her around from the meal table to her bedroom. It was before we had a wheelchair. But yeah, so then the doctor says, it's just a muscle thing, so you go and walk for a few hours a day with the kids going down the road as you can around here, and thinking that the extra muscle, work would help and strengthen them. But in fact, it actually got worse to the point now where she can probably walk from one end of the house to the other, and that's it. She'll have to recover for 3-4 hours. If she wants to have a shower, it has to be in the morning, so she can recover for the rest of the day. It's pretty.
I feel for you, man. I really do. Honest.
So I look after her and the 3 kids. I make sure the house is running. She does all the monetary things because she knows I fucking hate money. And if for some reason any money I get that I give to her makes her happy, so hey, it's a win-win for me. So, it's a weird thing. But myself, I had a subarachnoid brain aneurysm when I was 15, so I died a couple of times on the table way back when. It's 27 years ago.
Yeah, I think I heard you say that, yeah.
27 years ago, and about 8 or 9 years ago, around the same time as my first son Max was born, I got diagnosed with trigeminal neuralgia with aspic migraines, which basically means 20 to 30 times a day what feels like a knitting needle stabbing me through my eye, around here, around where the trigeminal nerve. and it just completely disabilitates you for half a minute to 2 minutes, maximum sort of 5 minutes, and then shake it off, and I'm right as rain again. But it just happens without warning. So, well, I'd say without warning, probably 30 seconds, you feel it coming on. So if I'm driving, I know I can pull over, you know, I can make it to the side of the road and just let it pass, and then I'm right again. Shit happens, mate. I mean, the way I said, I'm lucky to be alive. Been shot, been stabbed.
Right, we're all lucky to be alive at the end of the day, aren't we?
Neurological surgery. I mean, in fact, I managed to walk out on the road the other day and not get hit by a car. There's all sorts of things.
We all made it up into that uterus and fertilised the egg, so we must all be lucky in some way.
Better, my man. How are you? Are you there, better? Nah. I've got a good question for Bad.
Where are you, man?
I've got a good question for him when he comes online. The other day we were talking about me invoicing Neil,
I seem to remember falling out with Bad last time I wasn't there, but
oh, did you?
okay. We're just talking. I'm not going to shout over anyone. We all talk. We just talk.
But yeah, what he mentioned was that yo, better. How's it?
Hey, Better.
Give me 5
How you
minutes
doing, mate?
to put a kettle on.
Sure. I the other day it was about the me getting an invoice for the policeman giving me the order, and how that would be construed as fraud when I'm stepping into like a claims court making a prosecution against the guy, and because, you know, in the theory being that he's being a public servant and providing a service, and that I can't provide that I provided him a service back. But my question would be that if he's standing there and identified himself as Constable Neil Winterbottom, and then gone ahead and given me 3 orders, as a public servant, I know that no government official can give an order to a man, and that's all I had identified myself as.
Yeah.
So, and I recognised him. So he's not, in his capacity as government official, he doesn't have the authority to give me an order.
Mark, the only way I see it in that situation is not you don't walk. Well, I would say personally, I'm not saying you, I won't give you any advice. I would say personally, I would not walk into one of their courts. Full stop.
No, I'll do it by paperwork, just by...
Not voluntarily.
No.
They wanted if they wanted to arrest me and take me into one of their courts, then I couldn't resist, obviously.
Yeah, you'll be able to.
But I would not voluntarily walk into one of their courts.
And I get the point that I'm stepping into their realm when I'm going into that sort of small claims court, because I suppose it's still in some way an administrative type court. But I'm trying to think of how to access the common side of the court, or the natural sort of side where that man just gave me an order as another man. I mean, if I ordered any man to give me something, I'd expect...
Unless you have a valid point, unless you knew what you were fighting for, and you do, you know, you could win, you don't do it. You don't go in. You don't voluntarily walk in. Because you ain't going to win. It's their call. It's not yours.
But to me, it's a matter of whether it works or it doesn't work. It's something that I can try, and you know, it's the only way for me to learn is to try trial and error. If it doesn't work, then I'll just move on and say, right, well, I've tried that path. It's not going to get me anywhere. What are the other avenues that are there? But if I'm one of those stubborn pricks that tell me until 10 times I won't get in. I have to do it myself, and I have to learn myself. Otherwise, what's the point? I can't verify.
Yeah, we each have our own journeys, don't we, that we have to take. It's a learning process. That's what life is, I'm sure.
Yeah, even until the moment you die, you're learning what that feels like.
Yeah, totally, man. Totally.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and if I can, because I'm looking at them as separate matters, because that policeman also saw the notice on my windscreen telling him that if he's going to issue me an infringement notice or any penalty charge notice, that I charge $1,000 for receiving that notice. So And then he still went and issued the notice. So he was given fair notice that, you know what I mean? He was given fair warning, and yet he still proceeded. So that's why I've sent it to the police commissioner to let him know that his subordinates done this as well while acting in that capacity. But I look at that separately from the fact that that man gave me an order, because the fact that he was using the word order meant that he was standing in the capacity
Mark,
as a
if you're going to do that, you've got to follow it through. There's no point just saying that. You've got to, you've got to go through due process in their system, and prove that they are wrong.
Trying to exhaust the administrative process in doing it. So that's why I'm sending an invoice, then followed by a follow-up, then followed up by a follow-up.
Totally. You've got to use their process.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it is their process.
Too many people just go straight to court, and there'll be no exhaustion of administrative process. Or, hey, look, I just want to talk to them. I've tried now 3 times to try and have some sort of communication correspondence with me, and they're not responding. And each time they're getting notices telling them failure to respond is acquiescence, is satisfaction of all claims. What I do. So if it works, it works, and I'm on the invoice, I'm only charging the same that they are actually charging me for the speed camera. So if they cancel the camera out, cool. Do you know what I mean? It's not like
I don't know what a reasonable charge is nowadays. I don't believe you can charge the same as a solicitor or a lawyer, but
sure.
Yeah.
Must be in the
Can I interject?
Of course you can, but
right. You just said you wouldn't step into their courts and it's their system. Can I pose a question to you? And just give me the briefest answer you can, possibly, so I can continue. Do you think the administrative service that's there now, the judiciary, and anyone that's administrating it, right? Yeah, is more than 300 years old?
No.
Yeah, totally.
Do you think the people administrating the judiciary right now are more than 300 years old?
What?
No.
The people?
No. Yeah, people. Do you reckon there's anyone alive now
beyond 75?
I'm asking you a question. I only want the quickest, simplest answer you can give me right now, so I can follow on, so I don't lose my trail of thought. Right? Do you think anyone alive right now that's administrating for the judiciary is more than 300 years old?
No, people don't live beyond 75, mate. Generally.
Okay, no is perfect for me to continue. No. So therefore, it's just as much my system as it is their system. There is no there. The system that's in place right now has been in place longer than any man alive now can remember.
Yeah, I agree with that, mate. Totally agree.
Right, so who is this there? You want about they? Who is this they?
It's a system, isn't it?
It's just as much mine. Yeah, but it's just as much mine as anyone else's. So it's not theirs, is it? It's mine as well.
Of course it is. Laws have been written for hundreds and hundreds of years.
When you say you wouldn't walk into their court, what are you on about?
I would say
the system.
Administrative.
It's just as much my court.
Okay, maybe my terms were what I said was wrong.
I'm not about being wrong. I'm just trying to get to your trail of thought. I just want to know where you're coming from, what stance you're coming from.
The system.
Are you from a position of us versus them?
I'm more of it's a system.
I'm more of a system of trying to sort the system out, so it's not so unfair.
But surely, if you can say the system's unfair, then that means you must be pretty clued up about the system.
Well, it's common knowledge, isn't it?
Well, no, it isn't actually. No, equality before the law is paramount and mandatory. But if I study,
it's not the way it works, though, Paddy. I'm pretty sure you was clued up.
We're on about fairness now. Don't interrupt me. Hang on. What about fairness, right? Yeah. Equality before the law is paramount and mandatory. There's your fairness. But if I dedicate my time and sacrifice, right, yeah, friends and loved ones, because I'm studying and I ain't got time for anyone, and I become learned in something, I now have you to an advantage on matters of law. Where you haven't, for instance, not you individually, just as a hypothetically, you as in anyone else out there, hasn't done on equal merits the same sort of sacrifice and study as me. And that's the same in every other. It's the same in every other field of life, be it skateboarding, surfing, swimming, or anything, hockey, football. Right? Yeah, you put the time, dedication, and sacrifice in. Right? Yeah, you get the rewards out of it. So, the system, law, it's obviously a trade. It's a way of life. And it's also, it's very vast. There's laws that stem, from hundreds of years ago, if not thousands of years ago, planted fit to, from coast to coast, fit to fit. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, wall to wall, deeply embedded. And to get to grips with them, obviously puts you at an advantage to someone who hasn't. Like, if I've studied, for instance, I'll give you an example. I've studied, roughly around about, 11, 12,000 hours worth of constitutional law in my head. Now, I truly believe, and I also know, as a certain fact, that the level of law that gets administrated for me, or on my individual merits, are worth more than someone on the streets going, I'm a member of the public and I've got human rights.
Really?
Because someone on the streets, really, because someone on the streets going, I'm a member of the public and I've got human rights, requires very little, if not at all, none. No research, no study, no education whatsoever. Anyone can make that fucking claim, right? Yeah, and the level of law that will be bestowed upon you for making such a claim will be, mirrored. You didn't have to study very hard to make that fucking claim. So guess what? The rewards out of life for making that claim are going to be on equal merits. Whereas me, I'm learned in my ways. I'm not stupid enough to go onto the streets and go, I'm a member of the public and I've got human rights. Well, I will contest. I'll be a gentleman, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? If I'm getting arrested and I know they're in error, right? Yeah, I'll just keep my mouth shut, and I'll just nice, pleasant, and calm, and that would rattle the arresting officer even more, because they'll be unsure about what they're doing now. Right? He's overly confident about something, rather than just throwing loads of law in their faces and all like that. They will be looking at every fucking dotted I and crossed T. If I'm sat there with a huge smile on my face, knowing that when I get it to a certain juncture, right, yeah, that you're going to be paying for this one way or another. But because I've learned, I've studied. Now, if I hadn't learned and studied and sacrificed and dedicated, right, yeah, I would have been like, rah, 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 and I would have given them everything they fucking wanted, right, yeah, in order to trap me via emotion. Now,
I get where you're coming from, but I do totally get from where you're coming from.
Between being learned, that's the difference between being learned in a subject and just having hardly any knowledge of it whatsoever.
There's some people that are not that interested in law. They don't want to learn. There's some people that don't want to learn this.
Well,
they just want to get on with their lives.
Not everyone, but that's just, not everyone wants to be a plumber. But when some plumbing goes faulty in a house, who do they ring? A fucking plumber.
But they still get screwed over by the same people, Badder. At the end of the day, if they come up against somebody that is learned in law, they're going to get screwed over.
Yeah, well, just like yeah, but in the same manner, in the same fashion and same aspect, is if your plumbing fucks up and you're too stubborn to ring a plumber, right, yeah, or don't want to ring a plumber and try and do it yourself, you either do it yourself, budge it up, or do a half-decent job and fuck it up, or you actually accomplish it.
Can I interject? What happens if you're a shit plumber, but you're learned in law?
If I'm a shit plumber and I'm learned in law, right, yeah, when my plumbing goes, right, yeah, I'll still ring a fucking plumber. Because they're fucking bursting their field.
Listen to me, please. What I'm saying is, if you're learned in law and you're shit at your everyday job, then you can write a contract and you get say, okay, sign this, mister. And you do a shit job. Well, maybe you don't even fucking fulfill the contract. Well, obviously there will be a contract, but you stitch the client up.
I'm not sure where you're getting from. I'm not sure where you're coming from right now. Like,
if you're learning in law,
You said you wanted a fairer system, but there is no fairer system than what's in place. You really think intellectuals throughout history, ancestors, were all dumb and stupid and left something in place for their descendants that was stupid and dumb and couldn't like hold anything down, couldn't substantiate anything? Or do you think our ancestors were, some of them, not all of them, but do you think the ones that actually, you know, accomplished shit were smart, educated individuals that sort of foresaw future times happening and lay some foundations down to protect mankind? I kind of know that. You know, it's all hearsay. I can't prove it, but from the documented evidence I'm reading up on what ancestors have left behind, they were very smart, wise people, and have left something very decently founded and structured in place. And for some frivolous, snotty-nosed little brats like us to come along and go, nah, let's change the system. Let's get it. I want it all a bit fairer. When we don't really fully comprehend it all, me and you, for instance, right there, because we're still all getting to grips with it, and even learned men of law are still getting to grips with it, right there, and stuff like that. Like, I've had ex-magistrates, right, yeah, ex-judges tell me personally, individually,
you never stop.
In some, and they've said this is his words exactly, right, yeah, and this is a guy that got invited to sit in the Houses of Parliament. An invitation, right there. But anyway, this is his words to me precisely. He said, in some aspects, you probably know more about the law than me, and that was a huge compliment to me, and that was from someone that has put people in jail and, you know, done stuff in the community, and, you know, a learned man of law has turned around to me and gone, you know, and that's what the younger generation do, isn't it? I suppose they advance where they're, you know, mass eventually from their students and stuff like that, and that's kind of what sort of happened in that scenario. So, you know, like, for people that are not learned within the judiciary and law and only just getting to grips with it, to start pointing fingers and saying, let's change it all for a fairer system, yeah, like, they don't comprehend what fair means. Basically, they just want more money, more material stuff, and better stuff for their living lifestyle. Well, unfortunately, life isn't that easy. And our ancestors have dictated as well. Our ancestors, from what I've read, dictated from what they've left behind, isn't it? And the foundations left behind is lazy people, lazy, stupid people don't deserve that much respect in life. And guess what? Lazy, stupid people don't get that much respect out of life.
Can I ask a question? Why are we no longer taught law at school? The basic principles of law at school.
Because knowledge is power.
Because I'll tell you why. Because you wouldn't leave school until you were 78 fucking two.
No, the basic principles. That's what I'm saying.
Well, everyone is taught the basic principles at school.
No,
everyone's taught not to steal, not to harm.
No, come on, man.
Everyone's taught not to steal, not to harm, not to, you know. Those principles are pretty much cemented.
I think he's meaning more the legal system as opposed to the law.
What do you mean, a legal system as opposed to law? What are you on about? That's just some absurdity. That's some Freeman twaddle. Why don't they teach Freeman? If you're asking me why they don't teach Freeman twaddle in school, it's because it's twaddle.
No, I'm not. But you get me wrong, man. I'm not a Freeman.
Right, school isn't a place for education, right? Yeah, it's a place for schooling. Right, becoming an intellectual and education. Becoming an intellectual and education, right? Yeah, within the meaning of the statute, right? Yeah, doesn't happen at school, colleges. It's on an individual basis, right? Yeah, or perhaps one-to-one tuition with like an elder or a master or something like that, right? Yeah. So becoming an intellectual and educated is not something schools are meant to do. So you're asking why they don't teach law in schools as basic standard? Is because that's not where you're supposed to be educated. Is that not the
first and foremost principle, law?
What?
Well, it's where you start from.
The foremost, is what the foremost principle of law?
Yeah, of life. Surely it must be law.
What I'm saying is school is not a place in totality, in entirety, to be educated. Exactly. It's a place to be schooled.
It's to train them.
So why? Why? Yeah, exactly. Why? Why would there be a substantial high degree of education in a schooling system? It makes no sense. It's a contradiction in terms. There's better education for schools. There's better ways of educating schools to school kids, right? Yeah, but better education for individuals, falls on individual merit.
Here's a good example. The kids will come home from school and they'll ask me something that they've learned at school. So at school they're trained about something and they come home and then I educate them. I explain to them what it's about. They're not given the full picture at school and they might get told something and want to know more about it and I'll help them learn. But
they might get felt to feel uncomfortable if they ask questions because schooling's a lot about fixed positions.
Well, they get in trouble.
It's not about.
They have certain groups. These days at school, with the class of 30 kids and the one teacher, my kids are all put in different learning groups of about 4 or 5 kids, and each day the teacher will go around each group. Now, if you're not in that group with the teacher, and you cannot put your hand up and ask the teacher a question, unless the teacher is with you in your group, you can then ask. Because
like I said on my other hangout on our other hangout the other day, and they're not really teachers. They're regurgitating a curriculum. They're a glorified Punch and Judy show. That's the way to do it. That's what they're doing, isn't it? That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. This is the way to do it. It's a glorified Punch and Judy show, and they've got these supposed teachers are bending over right there and having a curriculum stuck up their fucking arse. Simple as that.
I send them for not just I don't expect them for the schooling part of it because I know they're real strong-willed and they learn a lot more from us at home anyway, but it's more the interaction with the other kids that I like to send them still because I've seen the variations and the differences between a homeschool kid and a not homeschool kid. My stepson's been homeschooled all his life, never left the property. He's 19, all right? And
so even you call it homeschooling rather than home education.
Yeah, it's just a term.
It's slip of the tongue, isn't it? Yeah, it's slip of the tongue, but that's what you call it. Yeah, but that slip of the tongue is called. This is what it is. It doesn't matter whether you agree with me or not. This is what it is. It's institutionalization. Yeah, I know it was a slip of the tongue, but it fell freely from your mouth. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, and you'll hear me sometimes slip the tongue and say stuff like that, and then you hear me go and backtrack. Education.
You realise
you get back. It's mental training.
Yeah, and it's the same with me. When I try and talk to people now, I try and use the word thou or one, anything other than you when I'm talking to an individual, because I know it's a plural, and I know that I'm just talking to them man on man or man on woman. You know, it's a whole different way of training yourself to think of, and just being me.
And it's something that needs to be done on an individual basis as well. You've got to do it in your own time. And this is probably why.
Well,
I agree. Latin should be. I agree. Latin should be introduced into the schooling system again. In English, within the English, say top sets. If you're excelling in English, I was in the top sets, I suppose, in English, and I would have loved to have learnt some Latin in school, and my life would have been probably totally different by now if I did that towards the years of high school and everything. But I've always been kind of ignorant to Latin, really.
I've always Latin language and
if there's one thing, if there's one definitive point that's changed my life for the better, was learning Latin. I'm still learning it now, but having the words enter my head, repeating them, regurgitating them, letting the magic words come out of my mouth so I feel it and get these pimples on my arms and my hair stand up and that, yeah, and feeling the magic of it. And when you see it, now when I'm looking at English, I can just see I can see all the Latin in it. I can see where it's come from and things like that. And it's just I can deconstruct words, and I can see all the hidden words within words, and I'm like, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
of analysing the languages and analysing the different systems because they all speak in different. It's just like learning fucking Macintosh from Windows to IBM. I mean, they're all similar things that do similar structures, but they're just completely different languages. You know,
that Latin is a magical language. It is magical.
When I was 16, Batter, I had a boss that I was working as just a tech support guy for Alliance Textiles. They make swan dry materials in Timaru. And the guy, they had an IBM system and they transferred over to a Wang system. And they sent this English fella over to try who was called Dr. Death. And he basically went around chopping everyone's jobs. But he didn't like me because he asked me to transfer the operating system, so to speak, from the one language to the other, and I wasn't fluent in both, and I says, look, mate, it can't be done. What you're wanting to happen can't be done from one language to the other. They weren't compatible. He took it as me just giving him static, and I got fired. But, you know, it's the same thing. It's different languages, and people not understanding them. I always just break shit down, mate. That's how I fix stuff. I break it down and I analyse what step by step happens and then what's broken. I'll fix that. But
I mean, like the word con, C-O-N, con. It's Latin to mean together. When you look at con artist or confidence or things like that, you can actually go, well, together artist, right? A con artist or confidence artist, right? Yeah, is someone that, like, obviously, when you look at the word, right? Yeah, they observe all the general habits of a group of people. And they incorporate those habits and manipulate it to their own end in order to, you know, trick you into thinking there's something they're not. That's a confidence artist, a together artist, right? Yeah, he's blending in with the together when he's completely something else, or she is, for instance, yeah. And then, like, you know, when you learn stuff like that, and it's like
the same for constitution.
Yeah, together, you know, together institution, isn't it? An institution is obviously a derivative of man. So, yeah, you know, a government is an institution of man. Thus can never be more powerful than man, right? Yeah, ever. So if you're a man, woman, right? Yeah, mankind, begging or pleading to your government for more stuff, better way of life, fairer system, right? Yeah. Then you're begging to something that was created by man, which must mean through the natural course of what's the word? Sequence, makes you lesser than man.
Yeah, from your standing,
you're begging
something.
Yeah, you're begging or pleading to an institution of man, which must mean for that given moment you are less significant than a creation of man.
A human.
No, not well, whatever. Like, whatever you want to call yourself, no matter how you interpret it. If you think your government can provide something for you, right? Yeah, you can't do for yourself, then for that, whatever reason it is, makes you lesser than man, because man created government, an institution.
And
together with other people.
He also created religion. Yeah.
And government was created to secure property. That's it. End of. Property of man for man.
Yeah.
That's it. Anything else, they're not made to regulate us.
But yeah, I mean, never be scared into going to a court of law. Embrace it, relish it, love it. You know what I mean? There's only one winner if you're scared into going to a court of law, and that's the system as a whole. Just showing, fear in certain cases is a sign of guilt. So if you're scared to going into a court of law, then obviously it can be presumed, isn't it, that you're guilty of something.
It's the same
fear.
But
that's why I like where you're coming from, because you should never be afraid to go into a court of law.
But it's the same sort of fear. It's the same sort of fear as walking into, say, a different country of a language you don't know. There's that unknown. You don't know the language they're speaking, and you're going to.
It's not that sort of fear. It's not that sort of fear.
At the same time, never voluntarily walk into a court of law where you are being persecuted.
I'll go to the courthouse.
Why should you?
Why not voluntarily walk into a court of law? Don't you
Not when you're
comprehend that when
persecuted.
you're
No.
when you
If you're
don't you
persecuted,
comprehend
yeah.
when listen, don't
If
you
you're
comprehend when you're
persecuting someone, walk in. But if you're not, then don't. Simple.
why not? Why? What makes you say that? Don't you realise that when you're uttering words in a court of law, it's your court? You're constantly in court.
The chances are they've got more money. They've got solicitors. They've got more money backing them up.
What's that got to do anything? If you've got knowledge of the law,
Well,
it
it comes
doesn't
down to
matter
money is
how much
power.
money someone else has got. It
You
doesn't.
know
It
this
doesn't.
better.
Only poor people think money makes them rich. Right? Believe me, if you're versed in law, it doesn't matter how much money
Of course
your
it does.
opponent has got.
Fred, that's why it works,
No,
my
it
friend.
doesn't. But that might be your world and your scope. That might be how life is for you. If someone's got more money than you, then they can beat you in a courtroom. If that's your life, then you need to educate yourself more.
So,
I know, innit? Level of law. Hang on. Hold on a minute. I'm speaking, man. It's rude to speak over each other. Listen, I know the level of law I've got in my head. Only millionaires could afford to borrow. Right, yeah. So, how many cases out there? All the random fucking council tax cases, £1 million lawsuits. No, they're not. Nowhere near. Right, yeah. So, if I know the level of law I've got, millionaires could only afford to pay for, right, yeah, and have that sort of amount of knowledge represent them in a court of law, then I ain't fearful of any sort of engagement in a court of law. But if you are fearful of your opponent having more money than you, therefore getting a better fucking serve than you in a court of law, then you need to educate yourself more. Because the wisdom of the law cannot be valued by money. The wisdom of the law cannot be valued by money, right? Yeah, and that's a maxim. That's a maxim of equity and law.
I get what you're saying about it, but
so
it's
if
not
I have the
the
knowledge,
way it works,
one sec. If I have the knowledge, it doesn't matter how much money my opponent has got.
Have you ever looked at any copyright cases?
Yeah, plenty. I've got a case law about copyright from from a high court ruling in a Commonwealth state in America.
Samsung versus any
I
of
think
these.
that's it.
Have you looked at them? Do you know
Yeah,
how
I've got the entire case law on one of my links in my Facebook page. Got the entire transcript.
And what did you understand from that?
Plenty, but nothing since man attained fire is genuinely new.
You understood nothing because.
What you on about? If you're gonna listen, you asked me a question. I'm in the middle of answering you. Right, yeah. I understood plenty. Right, yeah. And I'm now telling you what something I'd learned from it. That nothing that man has created since man attained fire is genuinely new. And the copyright and intellectual properties in the public domain have to be just as flexible as they are strict, right? Yeah, in order to enrich a public domain, right? Yeah. Since man attained fire, man has been building on next man's creation since then, right? Yeah. Where one man at Earth saw obviously hypothetical lightning strike a tree. Brought a bit of that tree stump back into the cave, kept warm, kept the fire going.
Can you explain to me how was it the iPhone?
I'm telling you what I've learned. I'm telling you what I learned from the copyright law.
You explain to me how Apple won 34 million against Samsung for a design of a phone. It was a box with. I haven't read that case law, but the case law I've got about the Supreme Court ruling. Is yours a Supreme Court case? Yeah. Oh yeah, it went to Supreme Court. Of course it did.
All right. So the Supreme Court case I've got is to do with the arm and brake beat or something.
If you're not clued up, I'm gonna pull you to pieces there.
You're not gonna pull me to pieces, mate.
I will.
Well, no, you won't.
I've got coke here, otherwise.
Because I know about patents. I know
We've
about
got to,
patents and stuff like that.
nobody in this scene right now has even come close to putting me in my place when it comes to matters of law. And if it was you, Sultan, I would have already told you. I would have already told you you've got a chance if it was you, mate, and you haven't. You're scared of walking into a court of law. You ain't got no chance of telling me about law.
Go on, tell me.
None, zero, absolute zilch.
Go on, tell me about the case between Samsung and Apple.
I told you I haven't read that case law.
I thought you said you had case files.
I have. I'll pull it up now.
You can have something. It doesn't mean you have to have read
Do you know how many pages long that is?
I've got a bookshelf.
12,000 pages long.
I've just said I'm not familiar with your case law that you've read over a fucking mobile phone.
That's what
I'm not familiar with
law.
that. But
Law
I have
is
case law. I have case.
Patent law.
It's really rude to speak over people, man. I have case law, right? Yeah.
I apologise.
A Supreme Court fucking
I'm
ruling.
going to be quiet now.
Right, just carry on being ignorant then, man. I don't get it. Like, you ask a question, I start answering, you start speaking halfway through me. So rude.
So the point being is that I've got an entire shelf of encyclopedias. It doesn't mean I've read them all.
No, Mark, my point was that I wanted to know why Samsung lost, basically. I wondered if Brad could actually
Pardon, sorry.
explain it.
If we're not familiar with the particular case, then there's no point in commenting.
It would have been down to an algorithm or something like that, or a structure that was patented and something. And as long as the principles were met, Samsung lost. It's no big deal. If it was within their 20, I think it's 20 years renewal, something like that, patent. You get, after 20 years of copyright or something like that, it's just open to the public domain. American football teams have lost their logos and stuff. Like, not lost it, they've kept the logo in it, but they lost the copyright over it. So anyone could use the logo of the football team for their other commercial enterprises. Things like that. America's case law is fucking thick and fast.
Okay, buddy.
You'll have to wait a minute. I'm scrolling down my page.
How are you, Bob? Been quiet there.
Anyway, can we?
I was just
anyway, in yourself. You cool guy. You're right. Yourself, Mark.
Hmm.
Is everyone cool?
Yeah, I'm all fine.
Someone was saying something about plumbers earlier. I was just wondering if
Bob. Hiya, Bob.
there was any women out there who wanted their pipes cleaned.
Don't know. None on this property.
Anywhere well by?
Good physique there, Bob. A lot.
Well, we'll work out.
Don't know. I mean, with a physique like that, Bob, I mean, you shouldn't have a problem, really.
Yeah.
He looks like a
I'm
Adonis or
fussy.
something.
I'm fussy. That's my problem.
That's funny.
So anyway, better? What were we talking about before copyright? Going into a court of law and being happy to be there as opposed to, or an administrative hearing. So how would you represent, or how would you be present in an administrative hearing? Because in an administrative hearing, wouldn't you only have to be represented as something other than a man? So how would you make yourself present in an administrative hearing? And when? Better? Hello?
Yeah,
Zoltan?
Banner's gone away.
Oh, he might have gone to a cuppa or a shitter. Who knows? What would you do in that case, Zoltan? If you happened to be dragged in there kicking and screaming into an administrative hearing for saying no seatbelt and not identifying yourself, and they drag you into lockup and then stick you in front
It would depend on what crime I would have committed.
well, just said like not wearing a seatbelt and then failure to identify yourself, and they decided to lift you up and drag you in front of them.
Then I'd say I'd refuse that I've not committed a crime. So
Okay. So, but
it's not a crime, is it?
no, not. But then, what if they just ignore what you're saying and go right ahead and say summary judgment? That's it, and they basically act like no matter what you're uttering in that court, they're not hearing it. It's not in writing. Or would you respond in writing as opposed to?
To cite Federal Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals Judge Alex Kaczynski in a copyright ruling last year, quote, overprotecting intellectual harmful as underprotecting. Culture is impossible without a rich public domain. Nothing today, like nothing since we tamed fire, is genuinely new. Culture, like science and technology, grows by accretion, each new creator building on the works of those who came before. Overprotection stifles the very creative forces it's supposed to nurture, unquote.
Is that it?
I don't know. Could you mute yourself then better? Must have. It sounded very stuttering actually, so I couldn't hear you.
Sorry guys, I've got to go. The missus is getting the ump, and
Oh, you can't have that.
yeah, unfortunately, it all comes into the equation, doesn't it? So
Yeah, it does. Okay. Have a good
Yeah,
one.
but that was Judge Kwasinski being quoted, Supreme High Court judge. Overprotecting intellectual properties, is just as harmful as underprotecting it. You know, culture grows by accretion.
I'm gonna bug off, and I'll join back in a minute, if you don't mind, guys. I'll join back in a minute. I'm gonna join in on my mobile. So
Just
okay.
go.
Hey guys.
There's no need for a broadcast. But yeah, like that Zoltan's a bit of a paranoid Fruit Loop. I won't enter a court unless there's been a crime and rah rah rah. Idiot, right?
Yeah, when you said it, and then he goes, so what? Yeah, I'm sitting there thinking, so he's valuing this money thing as opposed to valuing knowledge. Like you're saying,
exactly. It's just madness.
Money, nothing.
If he thinks money will out fucking smart brains in a court of law, then he's lost. He's never coming back.
I'll go into a court every chance I get, man.
Yeah, have some fun then, man. It's just like going to another football game.
There's always something. Yeah, there's always something to learn, and you don't fear anyone, innit? Like, all these notices are like. You see these notices, people are like removal of implied right of notice, and they're just prison selling themselves up, man. They're telling the system, I'm scared of everyone. I'm a frail little individual. Leave me alone. And if anything, that's a big fucking bullseye mark, innit? You're just putting a target on your back. You know what I mean? Never show fear.
So what would you do? You wouldn't put a notice up, or
what do you mean? What would you do?
Well,
notice for what?
If you're worried about, say,
that implied right. I'm not worried about anything, right? Like, listen, I'll answer the door to fucking anyone, right? Yeah. The point is, right? Yeah. This implied right of notice. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as an implied right of access. Not implied right of notice. Right, implied right. The notice of implied right of access. Implied right of access is not legally defined anywhere. Right, yeah, there's no case law of its acknowledgement. It's been mentioned in a case, and in that case, everyone's gone, never heard of it, never heard of it. The judge has gone, never heard of it. Right, yeah. There's a BBC write-up about it from a site that's not really by the BBC or nothing like that. Just declaring that people are using these notices and how to tackle the situation for the people to the people that are using them. So it's like an information site, for instance, for say the BBC is a registered trademark, which means other people can go and trade off that registered trademark if they register with themselves. So let's just say tomorrow I can go and register myself and then go around and with a list from the BBC and go and collect their fucking TV licenses fees for them, right? Yeah, and I'll get a commission off it, right? Yeah, it's just like I can buy a McDonald's chain for myself. I have to sell McDonald's food, but I can buy the franchise for myself, innit, and sell burgers, right? I don't even have to do their special offers, but I have to sell their shit, right? Yeah, it's just like the same with the BBC. It's the same with the BBC. I can franchise myself out and get a BBC fucking clipboard and all that fucking shit and go around collecting their TV licenses, right? So there's an information site for those type of people on how to deal with these idiots that are putting up their notices. That's not one and the same as the notices that I have in legal standing, right? Yeah, there's no such thing as an implied right of access. There's right of way and there's no right of way, right? Yeah, that's it. Those are legal standing definitions, right? Yeah, with case law and everything behind it, all within common law. Everyone's seen a sign saying right of way or no public right of way, for instance, and stuff like that, right? Yeah, for private lands and stuff. Those are established fucking notices, right? Yeah, and been used long before any man alive in England today. Yeah, so, but there is no implied right of access to be removed. Do you get that?
Yeah, I'm getting that.
Yeah, if you stick a notice on your window saying removal of implied right of access, you just told the system, look, fucking idiot, come and get me.
Yeah, because you're showing fear, really, aren't you?
It's not just about showing fear. There is no implied.
I've seen somewhere
there is no
say that,
you're telling the system you're a fucking idiot, come and get me, because there is no implied right of access to be removed in the first place.
Yeah, that's what
I see somewhere before it said you're better off with a sign that says no trespassers.
Yeah, no trespass.
You know what I mean? That'll be more effective.
Yeah, that's fine. But if someone has legitimate business, right? Yeah, to knock on your door, that's no trespassers is going to stop that anyway.
No trespass. No trespassers sign is more effective than an implied right of access.
Yeah, it is. Oh yeah, it is definitely. But it is more effective because it has legal standing. But let's just say I'm a TV license bloke, and your address has been flagged up for having no license, right? Yeah. That no trespassing sign doesn't bother me. I've got a legal fucking, I've got a legal reason to be there and knock on your door. It's not going to stop it, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? So that's it. So like, if you owe me money, no fucking notice in the world's going to stop me knocking on your door, right? Yeah, let's just get that abundantly clear. And if that's the same with me as an individual, it's going to be the same with any other institution of man.
What about a locked gate?
Oh yeah, like, obviously obstacles. An obstacle might deter something, right? Yeah, but if you want to prison yourself, you want to prison cell yourself up, go and do it. That's what the system probably wants, isn't it? That's what the nasty people in the system want. They want you locking yourself in, CCT cameraed up, right? You know what I mean? Reinforced windows, rah. Guess what? You've just turned your house into a prison cell. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Either way. Do what you want, innit? All I'm saying is it's best just not to fear anyone and handle every engagement and all these disputes and have fun with them, innit? Don't be abusive. Don't chase them halfway down the street fucking quoting law and stuff like that. That's just making a spectacle of yourself, innit? Deal with it amicably, have some fun with it, innit? And try and stay in honour.
What about getting a
You know what I mean? There's no need to prisons. I've got some dogs, man. I've got some bitches and their teeth are like knives.
dogs ain't always guard dogs, you know what I mean? I'm on about a guard dog, like, and a gated fence, you know what I mean? And a sign saying trespassers beware of dogs, you know what I mean? If they bite, then it's your fucking fault, you know what I mean? In law,
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. It's frivolous, like I said. If you want, like, to me, people that do that are just like in fear. I can fully comprehend a little old granny, you know, alone in a bungalow or something with a notice saying "Beware the dog" or something like that. I can comprehend stuff like that, or maybe even having a guard dog.
What about
Parliament? You know, able-bodied people.
What about Parliament, Badder? What about Parliament? Are they in fear? Because that's all gated and locked gates, and you know what I mean, they've got big bad men standing there with guns and that won't let you go in. Are they scared and living in fear? Are they in a prison?
Most definitely. Did you see the big huffle and kerfuffle about some runner accidentally running into David Cameron this week or last week? Yeah, some fucking
the White House.
Those people are. Listen, I don't watch the news. It was just in my feed. But those people are in fear of the general public, man, because the general public are generally stupid. Stupid people are dangerous. So yeah, you know, the Houses of Parliament, all the gates and the fucking armed guards, all that are in fear of the stupid public. I'll stand under that. Yeah.
But I'd just like to say we actually agree on something. Stupid people are dangerous.
They most certainly are.
Turn your mic up a bit, man.
I can't turn it up, mate. It's just being a fucking funny fuck. I have right close to me fucking mouth.
Okay. No worries, man.
Some of them have like 10 or 20 decibel boosters in the advanced settings of your mics, if you can find them. But then it depends what you're using.
What about that? Is that any better?
Well, I can hear you now.
Yeah, man.
Cool. So basically the difference being then, just so we can clarify here for everyone else that's listening, better, is the fact that no trespassing, anyone with a legal thought that they can still come by will, as opposed to no private, was it no right of way, as opposed to, sorry, what was the terminology there?
Well, there's no right of way, and there's right of way, and there's no right of way. Obviously, for every issue, there has to be an affirmative and a negative right now, a positive and a negative, so to speak.
But no right.
But with implied right of access, it doesn't. It's nowhere been used. It doesn't exist. It's never been. It does. It's a contradiction, because if you have a front door, there's an invitation.
Okay, well,
you can't undo the principle.
I get that.
A front door or an intercom, a door knocker, a letterbox or a doorbell or anything like that. It doesn't matter if you're a millionaire in a mansion with fucking gates at the bottom of your fucking half-a-mile drive. There'll be an intercom there. Me, if I'm walking past it, that's an invitation for me to buzz it and inquire.
Sure.
Yeah?
What about if
that's an invitation. They can tell me to fuck off and everything like that.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that, dude. I said, what if they've turned the intercom off? I mean, you buzz, but it don't buzz.
Oh yeah, then I'm just buzzing an empty intercom, ain't I? That doesn't work. The point is, right? Yeah, let's just say I'm handing out pizza. Well, let's just say I'm handing out pizza delivery fucking leaflets, right? Yeah, and I'm walking past the mansion with a half-mile drive and gates at the bottom with it, and the intercom's turned off. I can roll up a leaflet and pull it on the fucking in between the gateposts and carry on walking. It's an invitation, right? Yeah, it's an invitation to inquire. That's what it is. So, removal of implied right of access is a contradiction in terms. If you have a gate, or you have a door, or you have a bell, or you have a letterbox, like I said, it's just telling the system, you're a fucking idiot, come and get me. That's what it's doing.
What I'm trying to figure out here better is that obviously if you've got like the TDL guy coming around to for a license, you're saying if you put up a no trespassing sign, you walk past that one. So
no, listen.
Or...
Even if you put up, listen, it doesn't matter. Even if you put up a no trespassing sign, right? Yeah, you're not gonna stop the TV license bloke knocking your fucking door.
I'm getting what you're saying, all right? Nothing's going to stop him doing from what he's going to do. But my point is, which is the stronger sign? Which has the more clout? The no trespassing or no public access or no right of way?
Well, it depends on how you've acquired your premises. If you're renting off, say, like a local housing association or the council or something like that, then then they mean fuck all, innit? It doesn't mean fuck all. But like if you paid for your house, bought it by a labour, got a mortgage or something like that, then you know, no trespassing. That's probably the most strong. That's the strongest one, really. You know, trespassers will be prosecuted. You know,
I'd have to disagree with that.
Private land.
What do you say there, Teacup?
I'd have to disagree with that. It doesn't matter whether you rental property or housing association.
Isn't it a man's house is his castle?
Everyone's got the right of privacy, and trespassing ultimately falls under a right of privacy. And if somebody does come and bang your door, like Bader says, then you've got no lawful. I mean, you don't need to open the door to them, and even if you do, you can tell them to get off your property.
That's a separate argument. That's a separate argument.
Hang on. And if they don't get off your property, then you have some enforcement under trespass. But ultimately, like Bader says, they do. I mean, if they can walk up to your door, they kind of could walk up to your door and bang it. You need to tell them they're not allowed to. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a separate engagement. But the principal part is having the front door or having an access point, having an invitation. Right? Yeah. You know, when someone comes into your house, you can tell them to take off their shoes and stuff like that. You know, you are the king of your castle, so to speak. You can operate a business from your house, right? Yeah, on an individual basis, and yeah, you can put up, no trespassing signs or anything like that.
So
and you can tell the TV license. You can tell the TV license bloke to fuck off after they've knocked your door and everything like that. Fine. All I'm saying is there's no notice that's going to stop anyone that has a legal right to do something.
So the whole flaw in the thinking is thinking that you're going to be able to stop another man or woman from doing what they think they're allowed to do. No matter what you do.
The flaw in those particular notices is it's a legal notice, right? Yeah, but there is no legal definition of implied right of access. that's the flaw in those notices. Those claiming it's legal notice, lawful notice, or whatever the fuck it is, right? Yeah, but it has no legal standing. There's pointless putting up a notice that has no legal standing.
So it's right of way with trespass. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no trespassers, right? Yeah, say the TV license bloke comes up and you haven't got a TV and you're not doing anything untowards, right? Yeah, but they still have an invitation to come and knock on your door, and then you tell them to fuck off. And if they continue harassing you, right? Yeah, you're gonna private prosecute him as an individual because, like I've just said, he's like a franchise bloke anyway. He's only getting commission for every TV license fee he scrapes in. Just like I'd buy a McDonald's chain and franchise out, I still have McDonald's gear, right? Yeah? So as an individual, he's individually liable. If I was in my McDonald's franchise and sold one of my own particular brand of burgers, McDonald's is going to sue me as well, yeah? And then the individual that went into the McDonald's can sue me as well, right? Yeah? So I'm opening myself up to attack from both sides. So now, if I've got no TV, and I've told him to fuck off, and it's my fucking house, dwelling, bro, whatever, my property, and the notice is clearly there, and I've got the evidence, materialistic-wise, so notice has been served verbally. He came and knocked on my door, I engaged with him gentleman-like, told him gentleman-like to fuck off, got no TV, and if he comes back again harassing me or whatever, I will deal with it amicably, and hold him to account for his actions. And then, if that doesn't deal with it, then like I say, it is harassment, isn't it? You know what I mean? Yeah? It is harassment after that. If you haven't got the TV, if you're not watching the BBC and all that, and they still come and knock your door after a legitimate notice has been put up and all that, you go and put all those facts on the table in an administrative court without pointing fingers at everyone and all that shit, and do it nice and honourably. Yeah, you're gonna get you're gonna sue him for at least 500 quid. He's not gonna come knocking on your door again, and it will stop. And obviously, a successful prosecution like that will stop them doing it to other people.
Badder, have you got OCD?
You what, mate?
You must not be sitting.
Psychology is a myth.
Fishing myth.
You just wanna you want to get personal, or what? Or do you want to chat to law and get?
No, I only asked that because you mentioned that, mate. That's the only reason I asked it.
I haven't mentioned OCD at all. What you on about?
Oh well, okay. Pretty sure you just did, but never mind.
I didn't hear it. Did you hear that?
Nobody heard it. You just want to get personal when we're chatting some law. Like, yeah, like I don't get it. So yeah, those no trespassing. As long as you've gone through all the motions, reasonably, without getting too irate.
Honourably.
Letting emotions take control. An Englishman, or I suppose anyone in the world can successfully prosecute that in a Commonwealth state. But the chances are, if you set out those principles, right, yeah. But they're giving out bullshit law, templates of bullshit notices for cars and on your house and everything that just have no legal standing whatsoever. They're telling people, just put your butt out on the floor, nub it out, right, yeah, and tell the fucking policy enforcer that comes to try and fine you, bollocks, it's in the Bill of Rights. When I've pointed out in their video where they said that, with the Bill of Rights, where it doesn't say that. He's like brushing against it, like when in the actual Bill of Rights it actually says some, not all, some, right, yeah, like as far as the contracts are concerned, right, yeah, not all, right, yeah, and in public, if you're in public, you're in an area designated poor law, right, yeah. And you can't be administering high degrees of constitutional law in an area of poor law. It doesn't work like that. When you're in public, it's a whole new kettle of fish. Your life's pretty much expendable. You can get run over by a bus or a car steering onto the pavement at any given moment in public. That's how dangerous it is. And intellectually, that's how dangerous it is as well. It's mirrored in both aspects.
Yeah, the parables are the same here, aren't they? The parallels.
Yeah, the parallels are similar in both aspects. Intellectually, it's just as dangerous, right? Yeah, and physically, it's just as dangerous, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone that listens to this, everyone on here properly, will obviously have seen at some point one of those videos of those close calls where cars just skid by someone like a hair's breadth, or a train just flickers past their nose at 300 miles an hour. Everyone's seen those. Obviously, some people have seen those tragedy ones where they actually, proper fatalities. But everyone's seen the close call ones that are like, woo! Well, that's how dangerous it is. But intellectually, intellectually, when it comes to matters of law, it's just as dangerous. You know what I mean? In public.
But I mean, it's just like anything. If you're willing to take the chance, or take the chance, why not?
Wait, listen. I've got I've got something to show you, man. But listen, you've got to watch it. Yes, it's only 7.5 minutes long, but this 7.5 minutes long, it'll give us something to talk about. I'm going to post the link now in the thing. Like, seriously, you've all got to watch it. And, you know what I mean? I'll join back in here and so tell us what you think
Just
of
play
it.
it through this.
Game stuff, eh? But
It don't... Look, Mark, can you play it?
Can you screen share it, or do you want me to?
no
I
game
can't do
stuff.
it. I'm on my iPad.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Send the
We'll
link.
stick the link.
Send the link. Send the link to Mark in it, and he'll play it through here, and then we can talk.
Oh, yeah, I just shared... yeah, I know I share it in this.
That's the link.
You can't get the sound on as well, though, can you?
What do you mean? Oh, I can, mate. I can do what I need. With the money.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah,
I've only watched about 30 seconds of it as well, so we'll all just watch it.
Okay. Right. Put that in. That should get me that. Declaration of the Indigenous.
I can't see anything, boys.
I'll screen share it now. Go down, and go down, and go down.
Don't hang,
Right.
yeah?
For the third time today, 3 makes complete. 3 is a sign of completion. You're on notice, world. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All people who now inhabit the formerly known in ancient times the Isles of Prydain, latterly known by force and deceit as the United Kingdom, all people of the land, hear ye this proclamation and declaration. We, the people of the land, hereby solemnly make notice and declaration that we are the indigenous peoples of this land. Further, we declare that we are no part of the society which declares itself to rule over us, the indigenous people, for they have attained their position and wealth by diverse acts of subterfuge and theft of the resources which are ours by right to share amongst ourselves without favour or profit making. We, the indigenous peoples, reclaim our ancient birthrights and customs from the treasonous elites who have hidden the same from us for generations, seeking to enrich themselves from our common resources who have
Shut
become
the fuck up, Badder.
set up for the elite's sole benefit. We, the indigenous people, have for too long been kept
What a
ill-educated.
fucking idiot!
This declaration to once again reclaim our original status and seek recompense for the wrongs promulgated upon us from the beginning until now, with sheer force and obfuscation through their supposed legislation. We, the indigenous peoples, see and understand our connection to all other indigenous peoples, and understand our rights and duties to one another without recourse to the guiding hands of treasonous profiteering political elites or supposed indigenous peoples make claim from this moment henceforth to control our own destiny and lands and resources, and demand return of all stolen lands and resources back into the control of the people and for the people. No further profiteering may be done or attempted to be done upon us as the true owners of all these things. This proclamation of we the peoples of the land is duly made here at Stonehenge, a sacred ancient site of the peoples, which has been stolen from our care and control and used as a revenue source for the blatant theft of other ancient sites from us the people. Herewith, we reclaim this site and demand that the barriers to free access be removed forthwith to allow us once again to gather in reverence to the labours, knowledge and power source built here by our forebears. Moreover, we, the indigenous peoples, demand the like return of all other sites now controlled and denied to us. Moreover, we the indigenous people recognise that various trusts have been established to control these sites, supposedly for the people, by the de facto government of the UK. As the rightful owners and beneficiaries of these trusts, we hereby distribute all such trusts within
Mark, pause it a sec.
the proceeds of these trusts.
Mark, pause it a sec. Keep it paused. Right? I'm just going to pause it. Pause it, man.
Mark, do your toll, for fuck's sake.
It's not just a de facto. Right?
Why is
it's
this
not just a de facto government.
always muting everybody that you don't want to listen to?
What you on about? I've just asked him to pause a sec.
Yeah,
rather than having to listen to it all. Rather than having to listen to it all and then having rewind it, right? Yeah. The government, right? Yeah, is a government de jure that has the capability of being de facto. Right? Yeah. There's no such thing as a de facto government. There's no such thing as for the people listening to this, yeah. There's no such thing as a de facto government, right? Yeah. Unless it was already in a fully established de jure. The government that's in place is a government de jure that has been incorporated, yeah, that has the ability to be de facto because it's acknowledged and accepted by all the other de jure governments around the world, right? Yeah? And only when a government, when a government of the people around the world, right? Yeah, like forms a government, right? Yeah, and if all the other governments around the world, de jure governments, accept that government as a de jure government, then it gets given de facto status, which enables it to trade in commerce across the fucking seas. Right, yeah? So this guy here is obviously some government shill or something, right, yeah? And he's off his fucking tits and he's lying to the people.
Okay. Right, well,
go on then, press play.
Which, hang on, what bit is it that makes him a government shill?
Huh?
Right, listen, he must be a shill because there's no such thing as a de facto government, right, yeah? Unless it was already a government de jure, which means the government of the people. Right, yeah, and he is no elected body. This man speaking right now, this man on this YouTube video right now is not an elected body, not been given voice by anybody whatsoever, other than perhaps his few mates that are with him there and then. Therefore, he's lying. This video is just a lie, right? Yeah? It's nothing but a fucking lie from a fucking idiot that has either no clue about the law or he's a government shill trying to educate and control.
But bad, de jure, right, in Latin means concerning the law.
Mm. Yeah, the law.
Yeah, out of the law. Yeah, out of the law. The people are the law.
The government de jure would be a government concerning the law. Right? No,
yeah, out of the law. Right,
Let me speak. Come on.
Means
just 30 seconds, right? A government makes laws. So if a government makes laws by default, they must be what that is. No?
Well, the government has the power to change the law.
Well, they don't have the power to make law.
They make legislation.
And that's not law.
It gets given the force of law.
What, statute's not law?
Statute is...
All written law. Listen, all written law is statute.
What about constitutional statutes?
All written law is statute.
Even common law is given the force of law. Did you know that?
All written law is statute. All
written law is statute. What about maxims? Are they statute law? Or are they common law?
If it's written down somewhere, yeah.
I don't think so, but if you insist.
It doesn't matter. Listen, mate. Oi, little un. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what you think. I'm not giving you. Oi, listen. Yeah, but I'm not giving you opinion, dickhead. I'm giving you facts of fucking law. You can either fucking take it or you can lump it. Right, yeah? Your opinion, your opinion on the matter doesn't really fucking matter. Yeah, your opinion on the matter.
Go look up de jure, mate, and see what de jure means. You made the comment, I just corrected you. Crack on.
Oh, I'll keep the plane.
Establishment of the necessary apparatus.
No, hold on, pause it a sec. Right. D, and this is already in my group. I've already got it. I've quoted it from the first edition.
He's blocked me again. The fucking little retard that he is.
Right, yeah, all concerning. Right, yeah, people, me, you, everyone else, right, yeah, are law. Right, a government de jure is a government of the people. Law, right, yeah, people are law. They make the law, right, yeah. Only man can make laws, right, yeah, I suppose, and put them down, or interpret law. Is one of a better word, right? Yeah. So there is no such thing as a government de facto unless it wasn't already established de jure.
Correct.
Which means a government of the people. The government in place right now is a government of the people. The people that vote relinquish their voice to the government. Therefore, it's a government de jure.
Stop being a kid in
And
law.
all the other government de jures around the world have acknowledged and accepted this government de jure, which now enables it to have de facto status.
Better. I'm
Why do you keep interrupting me? It's not just you fucking four that are listening to this, and many hundreds of will listen to it afterwards. Have some consideration for other people. It's not just you fucking three people on here. You know what I mean? Yeah, have bear some fucking, have some thought for the other hundreds of people that need to hear this.
Better. I'm Black Teacup, man.
Like that, he's had his chance, man. He's had his chance.
You've had your chance, Teacup.
Oh, what? Oh, did I correct him again?
He thinks he's correcting me. That little drip doesn't know enough law to ever fucking correct me, man. And everyone that listens to this back will know exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but because you muted him.
Mark, I muted him right here because he blocked me. He fucking blocked me in mid-flow. Do you know why? I'm trying to educate people right here on why this guy right now on this video you just showed us all right here is basically a government fucking shill. Educating and controversy.
We haven't even got halfway through the video, you can't.
I know, yeah, but I don't need to listen to it all, right, yeah, to stop him there. Right, I listen to him go, this government de facto, and then continue. Right, he never actually says government de facto, which is an actual government de jure as well. So he's only...
Let's
man, this is too important. Listen, fuck you. How's about fuck you? It's too important to brush over.
Right,
you might laugh, right?
Run the VT,
but you might laugh. Yeah, listen, I'll block you in a minute, dickhead. You might laugh, right? Yeah, but people are losing their homes. People are losing their fucking kids, dickhead.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, and they're listening to morons like this. They're listening to morons like this fucking video, right? Yeah, and going out there and wrecking their fucking lives and their kids' lives, right? Yeah, because they're in some fucking desperate state. Now, if I can
I want to actually ask him what the difference is between free men believing in no legal aim and no legal fiction, and him believing in no fucking psychiatry.
Standing in front of fucking Stonehenge
free men believing in identity being
fucking English fucking soil, spouting this fucking poison to my brothers and fucking sisters, right? Yeah, I'm going to say something about it. Yeah, it's not just about you fucking free. It ain't just about you fucking free. It ain't just about you fucking free on here now. This guy on this video is a dangerous motherfucker. Probably a shill.
All the time. You know what I mean? That's why I said,
yo,
let's watch the video
and
then whatnot.
Buckle up. Yo, you're on ignore, mate. Permanently blocked.
Bob, tell him I'm sorry, right? But my OCD.
Go on, carry on playing your video. I'm sick of these two little drips, man. Interrupting me on high levels of constitutional law, and it's dangerous. What these fucking mugs on YouTube are doing is fucking dangerous to people. They're poison. That's what they are. It's nothing but fucking poison.
I'm getting the point of what everyone's trying to make, but when you start blocking each other, I
know, it's ridiculous, man.
Well, this is the thing, mate. Surely there's got to be an open house rule that you can't block, you know what I mean?
Everybody can finish seeing the clip. Clearly, Batter's got a point that obviously it has to be made by the people first to elect the government by the people, so it's a de jure first before it becomes de facto, or can have the capacity to be de facto. I get that. De jure is
hang on, because de jure means concerning the law, and de facto means concerning the fact. All right, that's what them words mean.
Yeah.
So a government de facto is a government.
Yo, wait until I find out. Wait until I find out who this fucking bearded little four-eyed prick, pimple-looking motherfucker is on this
government elected by the people.
I'm gonna tear him 5 new fucking intellectual assholes.
And it's called
he's gonna be walking like a fucking hurt little schoolgirl.
We don't live in a republic. Tell him. He thinks we live in America.
Okay, I'm gonna play it. Another 3.5 minutes, guys. We'll keep it going.
And of their real position as indigenous peoples. We, the indigenous peoples, also make claim to and demand the return of all common land and all areas enclosed by previous looters of our birthrights including but not limited to the rivers and lakes, sea and shore, forest and wood, plain and agricultural areas now held by deception by supposed legal owners. We also make claim to the skies above us and deny the access to the same by the warplanes and other military aircraft, including but not limited to helicopters and drone aircraft. We also demand that aircraft of military type and usage of other governments be immediately denied any access to the skies above our heads and land, for they are designed to strike terror into our hearts and minds. This declaration is made on this day, the 1st of November 2014, by the calendar in common use, but to be known henceforth as Day 1 of the Indigenous Peoples' New Beginning, NB. This declaration of our unalienable rights is made in reflection of the rights guaranteed in the UN Indigenous Peoples Charter, upon which the signatory governments are fully bound by their own hands. We, the Indigenous Peoples, make claim that such document is fully binding on the society and government of that society which we live beside but do not belong to, and will expect compliance of same at all times. We, the Indigenous people, will accept all who wish to join us, and upon their leaving the society of force and profiteers, we will adopt them into the Indigenous people's body as equal in all ways to ourselves. We, the Indigenous peoples, will in due course establish once again our public meetings, and from them we shall choose those of us with the necessary skills to act as spokespeople for the people, herein and after referred to as tongues. But they will hold only the power to speak as the people wish them to speak, and they will hold no power to bind any of the people to any oath, bargain or contract with any agency or government which is outside of the people's and attempting to influence the people through the tongues. So say we, the people who have gathered together in peace and fraternity here today and in other diverse locations about our land. Any interference with we, the Indigenous peoples, from this time forward will be deemed as an attack and an attempt to silence our collective voice, and as such must be considered to be an act of attempted genocide against us all. Proclaimed this day by myself, Nomine Deus, for all mankind to hear and understand. May the spirits of our ancestors be blessed and hear our voice. Hear, hear.
No more, let the lions roar.
Thank you all. Thank you all for coming. It's been a cold day and you've really done brilliantly to be here. Excellent.
What a fucking prick.
Namaste.
Namaste. Namaste.
What
Boblock, what do you make of that?
Poisonous little fucking prick. You know what I mean? Yeah, using Stonehenge like that.
To be honest,
poisonous little motherfucker. You know
I
what I mean? I've got more
spiritual.
There's more spirituality. It leaves one of my shits on a daily basis down the fucking toilet than that guy will ever have in his fucking entire existence.
I think they're asking for trouble, like, you know what I mean? I don't think they really thought it through what they're doing. It's sort of like that Scott Chambers thing, isn't it?
I don't think what he's done is clever at all, making that declaration.
Yeah, that's what I see it as, a declaration. Do you know what I mean?
No one's relinquished their voice to that prat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. And the way he calls it, listen, I know the key words in it, Mark. I know the key points that are in these type fucking three-man speech bullshit.
You know
that absolutely undermines a lot of shit. And the key point there was just calling the government in place de facto government.
I'm not
when
saying
it is already an established de jure. Like he had, in order for his fucking declaration to make sense, all the other governments around the world, right? Yeah,
you know what I mean,
that are established would have had to acknowledge him.
Do you know what I mean?
And whatever he's saying in his little group of people,
I heard
whatever,
Badder say
full
something
of
on
shit.
Facebook earlier, saying he said to someone, "Yeah, that's YouTube."
It riles me, man.
You know what I mean? And I
riles
thought
me.
that
Like,
is,
that's
you know
what
I
you
mean?
call government fucking
that's a fucking term, you know what I mean?
Shields that are up to
YouTube,
something,
you know what I mean?
trying
A lot
to
of them
get
are
people
fucking
out
doing
there
it,
in a mess. That's what these are up to, innit? Destroying lives.
Keep talking, Bob, a lot. You're making sense.
fucking
No,
just
man.
rolls me, man.
I want to hear better getting off his nut.
Yeah, I want to hear better as well.
Tell him to.
Better wasn't actually just going off his nut. He was just talking as well. But I was hearing better and I was hearing Bop. I'm sure they were both coloured, but I heard neither of them clearly. And that last whole talking, I couldn't hear fuck all because both of you were talking, because Jamie's been blocked by Better and Better can't hear when Jamie's talking, but the rest of us still.
Oh man, that's what I mean. I'm just going to
Yeah,
drop
well,
out.
like,
If
at
Better
the
wants to,
end of the
I've got
day,
to tell him.
neither these two little drips. Listen, these two little drips only think about themselves. They don't realise that 80, 90, 100, couple of hundred people are going to listen to this afterwards, at the very least.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah, that's the one,
Advertised
mate.
in my group. And
Yeah,
I know
let us
at
know
least a couple of hundred people will listen to
Martin,
it.
we'll jump back in.
Right, yeah?
See you later,
And
mate.
they only care about themselves. They only care about interrupting me for themselves, innit? You know what I mean? Yeah, they don't care about all the other people that it might benefit. They just care about their own selfish little fucking man.
The whole point of being live.
Anyway, yeah, it's a good place to stop it now. Because I want to record the last bit of this bit, upload it straight away, because I want the last bit of this.
Yeah, I'm going to go
in it, so it's a good place to stop.
Because it's been running for almost 8 hours now anyway. So, and the first.
Yeah. All right, cool, nice one, Mark.
Nothing,
right,
mate.
Peace, brother. Yeah, man, peace.
I'll have another chat with you too, mate, and try and just have it between you and I. All right. Okay. See yous. Hope everybody enjoyed that. Shame we couldn't hear each other too much at the end there. I've got work to go and do. I promised my kiddies I'd come and pick them up today if it was still raining, because they don't want to come home on the bus because it smells bad in the wet. Fair enough. So, yeah. Thanks everybody for listening. I hope you all enjoy it. Probably do the same thing again tomorrow. Ta-ra. Peace.